Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back to another Warframe stream. I'm your host, Strangebird Jim, and today we are going to be tackling, or at least the plan is, to tackle um, the new quest, the Whispers in the Walls. Okay. The um, initially I was, of the opinion that, I needed to wait a little while because I was worried about um, worried about a lot of bugs in the system. Bug frame being bug frame the way it is. Okay. And then a lot of other things kind of stepped into place and caused some problems and stuff like that. So I was never really able to get to it quickly. Okay, but today I want to I want to tackle it because apparently this Operation Gargoyle's Cry is going to end in less than a day. And in order for me to play this particular operation, the Gargoyle's Cry, I need to have Whispers in the Walls done. Now, I haven't been too happy with some of their quests lately because they ignore screen shake. Or they still have like screen shake even though I try to turn it off as often as I can. Because I don't want screen shake. It kind of hurts my eyes whenever there is screen shake. So, normally I try to turn it off as much as I can, because it's just, it hurts my eyes whenever that happens. So, Right, it's not in display. That's more of a display thing than anything else there, game. What? Hmm. Um. I mean, it shouldn't really matter there. Nothing there. Interface. Where did they put screen shake? Hmm. Am I just... Am I missing... somehow missing it somehow? Or did they get rid of it? I mean, it'd be nice if they kind of got rid of screen shake period for me, but I mean, some people might still enjoy the screen shake, um, but I'm not seeing it at all. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Why they put it under accessibility and not video, I don't really know. But yeah, you know, I try to make sure that screen shake is off because whenever the screen is shaking like that, my eyes um, it it's it's along the lines of like a strobe. And while you know, I don't necessarily go into full-on shock whenever a strobe happens. It still hurts. Um, so, so in some ways, okay, yeah, sure, accessibility, but really it should probably be put under video because it is a video setting. Whatever. Wait, I modified it? Okay, well, sure, I'll save it. I don't think I modified anything, but whatever, their game. Okay, so yesterday we did, you know, a good majority of the night waves. Uh, mm, okay, apparently there is the potential of doing a bow shot. Not exactly something that I'm really interested in, but I mean, nor points is nor points, so um, so there's that. Um, okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and um, as much as you know, I like to say that Mesa Prime is typically my main. I mean, Wukong has a little bit more survivability for the most part. Um, so let's go ahead and set him up with, um, you know, all the necessary weapons here. You know what? To be honest, let me pick my best weapons right now. Because um, you know, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna be facing in this, so I'd rather be like everything kind of set up for a potentially hard fight. So let's see. Don't I have? Hmm. I guess I don't have a primed heat for the melee yet. Okay, well, I guess that will have to do. Oh wait, let's get companion out. Um, hmm. Do I want Princess or do I want Nugget? And the looks of it, Nugget has larger health and shields at this moment in time. Hmm. Okay, hold on. Let me see. What do I have different um, between her at this moment in time? Right now, I have 2,249 health for Princess, and Nugget. 2,799 health. And I don't even have all of his I don't even have all the mods in there for him. Interesting. So we have Link Vitality for Nugget. And Link Vitality for Princess here. Interesting. I guess Kavats have just like a lower health overall. Or maybe I'm missing something else here. Um, hmm. Let's see. Let's look at Nugget's mods and see, you know, what exactly does he have in terms of health overall? Does he have anything here that boosts up his overall health? I think fiber, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily increase his health. No. It's just his standard health amount. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna go, oh my god, what's going on here? Although, I do, I'm not doing a whole lot of damage with Nugget right at this moment in time. There we go. Let's see. Can't do enhanced vitality along with the link vitality. It doesn't work that way, so would love to do the Medipet kit as well, but don't have the resources for that right at this point. Let's see. I would like to do primed animal instinct versus regular animal instinct there. And then we can bump up this one here by 4 for now. The other MOA, I don't really care about their mods because eventually I'm gonna need to kind of remove. Well, I mean, for one thing, I need to guild this guy already, so I need to kind of take care of that. Another thing that I should probably do is really kind of get some format into Nugget as well, so that I can be able to do more with his overall mods, because he's currently maxed out right now, and that's not great. I would like to be able to kind of put all the mods on him without too much difficulty and like so. This would also be kind of nice as well. The retrieve. Let's see. Although, detects and collects items, including mods. this looks like it's pretty much the exact same thing here. Although this one is 30 meters versus the 13.5 meters. So this one is half the distance, but um, but this has a like a chance to it, you know, whereas this one automatically gathers up everything, you know, without question. So but I can't really do any kind of forma right at this moment in time. I don't really have any at this point. So yeah, I think that's about it right now. Right now, I'd rather use my forma on upgrading the dojo anyway. Um, so even though I'm building formas right now, I'd rather kind of spend it on the dojo. So. Okay, I think that is gonna be it. So, um, let's go ahead and get started with the Whisper in the Walls quest, shall we? Lloyd has had strange dreams and desperately needs to show you something. The end. Uh, so, now obviously, spoilers a lot. My volume was low on me. Let me know if the volume is still kind of off for you all as well. So. Mysterious person with a baseball hat. With a baseball cap. Okay. With a very old computer system? Okay. A little interesting. Not something that you would really expect to see for a futuristic civilization, but Interesting.
My lonely vigil is over. Follow me, Tenno, and on no account wake the family. Despite their conflicts, they sleep in peace. But a solitary dream plagues me.
Okay.
You must understand. Constructs cannot dream. And yet, I have. In my dream, one single name repeats.
Mm-hmm.
Kalimos.
Okay.
The memory surface, long locked away. This was no dream, Tenno. It was a precept. The Kalimos sequence.
Okay. That tells me nothing, but we'll move on.
I must fulfill this dormant precept. The Kalimos sequence has begun, and it cannot be undone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Enter the doors. Okay, Lloyd, what did you do? Okay, I want to look around a little bit. This is obviously new, and I wanted to I want to see what they did with this place. So, you know, it's not very often that I kind of take a look at, what they made and stuff like that. Okay, interesting that they have the standard symbols for like the vaults. So, okay. Okay, this was basically like that coffin that the one gentleman entered into. So obviously it has something to do, obviously, that. Hands have been kind of prevalent throughout, so and I focused on Orkin there, or an Orkin individual. I'm not really remembering names, but there you go. Same with this, but not within the eye. The body shape almost looks female in this regard. Could it be Nata? Not sure. I could speculate more about that, but I don't really know. Okay. Now it could be, the individual that's kind of in that coffin there could be, again, Orkin individual maybe. One of the original, one of the citizens, potentially. Interesting. Now, okay, so there are more details to this, or there's information.
Zata. Truth. It began long before us. We who now live our perfect and dull, endless lives. It began long before these moon palaces and body markets hurling around our golden sun. It began long before our light coil thinkers, our radiation wars, our oil smoke. It began with us, the continuity and its twin, wanderlust. The need for unseen shores deep in our marrow. No judge, jester, queen, or king can escape this old blood. We are nomads, eternal. And when no ocean, mountain, or sky could contain us, our gaze hungered starward. Afar, they mocked us with their brittle light, winking and jeering like dangling iotons, forever out of reach, illuminating the truth. Immortal as we are, we die with the sun. That's where I come in.
Okay.
Jahu. Form. My departure was a day less than any other. When I stepped inside the bell, I saw no crowd through its glass, no skeptical onlookers, no regal send-off. They all had given up on me and my paradoxical formulations. The wasted years had all shown the void to be just that. Nothing. No energy, no entanglement, no form. To spacefaring ambitions, a dead end. On the day, my laboratory was mostly vacant of witnesses, most of all of expectation. Only my sluggish attendants, my sagacious Kavat, Kalimos, and of course my daughter. I had raised her alone, but with inconsistent vigor. In those eyes, her mother's, I did see a terrible reflection of a man that did not exist. A brave and principled man about to make history. In truth, he was a void himself, an outcast, a joke, a nothing. Driven by my humiliation, failure had made me bitter and reckless. I would dive into the depths myself to prove them all wrong. I gave the signal. My daughter grasped the lever. Kalemos then belted out a desperate, rasping growl. But it was too late.
Okay.
Vom. Order. The calipers yawed open the wall between worlds, stretching there a black trapezoidal gap. A door, a mouth. It yawned in the light of the room, splintering it to mesmerizing, unearthly hues. And I, inside the bell, dropping obliquely toward it from my gallows. Mass and time rippled as a sudden vortex jawed before me. My head was vapor, my feet lodestone. The bell around me flexed like a rat paralyzed in a winding, gulping snake. I faltered in the awe of it, stumbling against the ceraglass, and with that shifted the bell's path through the wall. It grazed the caliper membrane, the edge of the door. No worldly edge was as thin, as sharp as could split even light. As the bell faintly grazed it, the ceraglass was all at once rendered like strips of flesh by Dax's blade. My enclosure was beheaded in an instant, but still, I fell, sideways, into the void. Fass. Chaos. Death was on me, I was certain. I was face down, eyes clenched, my heart pulsing the last of its seconds, and my lungs burning the last of its air. A sudden nostalgia gripped me. I grasped desperately for memory of a storm just past, the fumbling pitch of a child's song. Yet all these thoughts seemed to steal away from my mind like smoke through a vent. I would die empty. I then became aware of another sensation, physical, a web of pain, needles itching into my arm. At once I realized I was alive, laying in the bill's shattered ceraglass. I groped the ground, warm stone, the floor of my laboratory. So, I had never left. And so, I had failed. Again. I heard a crunch alongside me. Someone stepping through the shattered glass. With great shame, I gasped and rose my head to face my daughter above me. But as I opened my eyes, it wasn't her. It was me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what the ordering of this is per se, so I'm...
Riss. Light. The senselessness of it. The paradoxic, the vague, untimed form. I was alone, but not. For I stood there confronted by myself. A twin, but no brother. A reflection, but with dimension. Behind him, no horizon, but a vast broiling sea of caustic light pierced at random by black pin stars. And closer, around me, a gale of flowing vapor, profane in color, billowing relentlessly into the nascent lack. Seeking all directions. I was standing on a precipice of familiar stone. Jagged and unanchored as though cleaved directly from the very floor of my laboratory. I wondered at the vapor's path, smoking outward more, leaving behind now the walls, the filigree gold, the rare cuts of marble from my home. I knew at once the vapor's source. I turned away, back toward the wall, the trapezoid I had yawed into it. Vapor erupted inward at the gap, but not just from there. For as I rolled my eyes back, I saw the same. A great steam of scintillation smoking out from my skull. Dumb in awe, I faced toward my chimerical twin. He spoke.
Okay, so it seems like I'm kind of proceeding in the right kind of order, although it seemed as though they kind of gave you the chance to kind of go pretty much out of order. So I wonder if this is something that you could potentially, you know, like I started with that one over there, but I wonder if you like started from here and kind of proceeded around that way, could the story still work? Maybe not, but I wonder.
Kra. Time. An old name, unspoken in the centuries since my mother reared me. A soft hiss, soothing as a viper's gaze. Little Bengal. The other me reached out, offering his hand, gliding toward me without moving, as though the distance between us was now collapsing. A confusion, most euphoric, filled my mind. With the shred of wit that remained, I decided that I should run for my life. At once, crazed and frantic, I fled. But I made no forward progress. Instead, the world compressed evermore around me, as though I were an anchor pulling the shore to reach. When I arrived at the door, or rather, the door arrived at me, I howled, hurling myself inside, out. And then and there I was, lost and unlost, howling on the floor in harmony with my wretched Kalimos, lacerated in flesh and heart, scattered as the bell glass, spilling blood and stomach on the cold stone floor.
Yeah.
But I sensed the other there, at the wall's breach behind me, reaching still. I screamed, but my voice was gone. Forever. I looked, but my eyes would never see again. I swept my fist across the floor, snatching broken shards, and in gripping tightly, I filled my hands with ink. Close it, I wrote.
Oof.
Netra. Decay. Time, to us, is all but conquered. Our sacred kuva moves us on to new skin. We numb to our daily, yearly trifles, and remedy those memories that bring lasting misery. With all our misdeeds, our excess, our indignity, we are haunted by nothing. But not for me, for with each passing day, there grew within a tumorous idea. It was minute in those early days, the pale reaching digits severed on the floor, studied with reverence, with greed. And it swelled larger in the latter days.
They
The
disappear.
regal domes, the rail dedications, the unholy Zariman parade. I had put the stars within reach, but at what cost? I never spoke of him, that man, trapped in the wall. And while there have been countless souls who have followed me through with their light skippers and field wave skins and very-eyed instruments, not a single one ever saw him. And so it is that I will not take the kuva now, or ever again. This is the last skin I'm in. Because of this idea, that I cannot be sure that in all that smoked commotion, in all that panic and fear, in that bending light and blinding dark, was it I who escaped? Or the other?
Hmm. Interesting. This guy's having a very existential drama going on here.
Loke, void. From brooding gulfs are we beheld by that which bears no name. Its heralds are the stars it fells, the sky and earth aflame. Corporeal laws are unwrit as suns and love retreat. To cosmic madness, laws submit, though stalwart minds entreat. In luminous space, blackened stars they gaze, accuse, deny. Roiling, moaning, this realm of ours in madness lost shall die. Carrion hordes trill their profane accord with eldritch plans. To cosmic forms from tangent planes, we end as we began.
So, okay. So unfortunately, I'm not a extreme expert when it comes to the full-on lore of Warframe. Just letting you folks know, I don't really have, you know, the problem with this game is that the storyline is so um, spaced out overall that for me, I can't, it the everything has happened so long ago in certain cases that I don't really remember everything that has happened in the game. So I can't really say like, oh yeah, I know this lore perfectly fine. Like for example, I should know the name, that is, speaking to me in the walls here. Um,
Loth,
um,
void.
Elbrick, Entrati. I know Entrati, you know, um, but I should know more about the Albert as well. But again, I'm not 100% sure about it. I would have to really like if someone's done like a full-on lore video, I'd probably have to like rewatch it again myself. So I can't, you know, just so you're aware, I wouldn't be able to go, oh yeah, I'd be able to kind of tell you all about this and all about that and that kind of stuff. Sorry, I can't. I don't have all that memorized or anything along those lines. So, I'm just enjoying the gameplay, right? Um, and I try to follow along, but unfortunately um it's not something that I'm always uh, given. It's not something that is um presented to me on a regular basis for me to really remember. So um so obviously, there are details here that they're kind of talking about, but um, you know, some of it I might not have remembered. Now, this gentleman that, he says was him, from within the walls, that might have been, a person that we faced prior, the wall, if you know what I mean. I'm doing fine there, Disappear. How about yourself? How you been doing? Um, but obviously, you know, from what the he's kind of talking about, it's not um it's not clearly defined. Plus, again, I wonder if I could like watch each of these in like reverse order, and it also works. That'd be interesting if that was the case. So, but we'll move on. Enter the doors. Let's go.
I have one responsibility in the Kalimos sequence.
Which is the Kavat.
Awaken the sleeper. But I cannot do it alone. Please, assist me once more.
Interesting that the sequence itself is named after the Kavat. So, again, if anybody's watching this and you've never played Warframe before, I'm dealing with like some major spoilers here. So if you've never played this game before and you don't want to be spoiled by what I'm seeing right at this moment in time, I have no problem with you basically saying, okay, I'm gonna, you know, skip out on this for now. So, it's okay. You don't have to keep on watching if you don't want to. But, just want to give you all a heads up that, hey, I'm doing more here, you know, um, I'm going through a quest line here, and this looks like it's part of the main storyline as well. So if you're not comfortable with spoilers, then now's the time to kind of back on out. Uh-huh. Old security drones that have since faded in since old. So This is where that one guy was kind of standing and looking. So, that was right there. You know, walk down towards, in this general direction. There's the coffin. Where was his little computer setup? There's his little computer setup. Again, interesting that he had, you know, a computer, but kind of curious about looking around here a little bit. Interesting. Now, yeah, explore. Okay. Can I actually do a? Yeah, I can. I can use my regular jumps and stuff like that around here.
I fear we are off the edge of the map and into the domain of monsters. Master Entrati never completed his final project, the vessels. The sequence dictates they cannot awaken before the sleeper does. Do you hear that? Let us hope the sleeper is untroubled by such strangeness. Find them.
Enter the laboratories. Well, maybe we should wake the sleeper. If we're, you know, not supposed to be if we're not supposed to, you know, deal with anything else, then maybe we should wake him up. Maybe. Ooh. Although, interesting that it's like, why would you do that? Can I interact with the computer? No. It's like, someone must really love their old technology. You know. But as you could, as you could see, you know, that's definitely had some changes over time as well. So, an I-10 sculpture, interesting, but no, the slots are unfilled. Interesting. I don't want to go just. I don't want to go just yet. I want to kind of look around a little bit more. So, whee! Hi there, guy. Are you okay with me being on top of your head? If I fall down here, okay. Yeah, I didn't really like that. Okay. Looks like I've pretty much explored everything around here for the most part. let's move on. Time to enter the laboratories, apparently. Or actually, hold on. There is another stairway here that I cannot enter. Okay. It's saying, nope. You cannot go that way. Gotcha. Understandable. Okay. Laboratories we go. Hmm. Just some credits so far. Okay. Nothing over there. Okay. Hold off on going down just yet. I want to kind of see anything over here. Oh, I'm actually getting hurt there. Interesting. Hmm. Nothing there. Am I gonna get shocked over here? No, not really. Hmm. Okay, there's something up here. Interesting. That apparently I didn't get all those when I went through there before, so that's a little weird. Oh, another corrosive. Not sure if those were, like, you know, potentially useful, but
Necromex, poor abandoned things, still faithfully following Master Entrati's last command to defend. Show mercy, Tenno, and them.
aha. Okay.
Master Entrati called it the Void Tongue. He feared it was meaningless, and feared more that it was not.
And destroyed the table there too. Interesting. Are you saying that I could destroy these tables? I can. I'd rather not. Oh, interesting. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. We seem to have a bot here that's kind of going around fixing items around. Interesting. Worry about downstairs here in just a minute. I want to kind of look around a little bit more. There we go. So if I just... Then our little robot friend will be like, oh my god, I gotta come over here and fix this. Oh my god, what are you doing? You're breaking all this stuff. How dare you? Could you imagine having something like that, though? That just basically goes around and kind of rebuilds everything to the way it was. That is indeed some pretty amazing technology in my opinion. Unless of course the somehow the what I'm hitting there isn't exactly real. But again, if it wasn't exactly real, then how would I go about hitting it, right? Hmm. Alright. Okay. Here's this thing again. Wait. Uh-huh. Okay, interesting. I wonder if our one robot friend is going to come along and try to fix those walls. Or if that's something kind of beyond its initial programming. It'll fix the... It'll fix the tables and like. Ah, computer's not breakable, huh? Oh. Able to break everything else, but not the tables. Or, not the computer. Okay. Anything else around here before I move on? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Let's move on. Look at that. The artists really do enjoy having their grand old time with Warframe, that's for sure. They're basically, you know, they're basically said, have fun. Hmm. Okay, we're almost to sleeper, but
That book was like a diary to Master Entrati. His grimoire. No doubt it holds the secrets of the vessels. And of the Kalimo sequence. Take it, Tenno.
I'm busy, Lloyd. Hold on. I want to gather up loot. Oh, sorry there, bud. Thank you for fixing up the place. Alright. Hmm. I'm gonna look around a little bit more there, Lloyd. Give me a minute. Okay. Oh gosh. All that destruction. Ah! Oh no. Stay out of the damage, my friend. I wonder, does it fix the files there? Does it replace them? Or does it just replace in the tables themselves and like basically the furniture? Oh, 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 it's getting hurt. Oh no! Is it singing? Are you okay? Are you okay there, bud? I don't see a health bar on it. Interesting. And it didn't replace the vials, so something's going on with those vials that are outside of that drone's parameters, I guess. Okay. looks like we pretty much, you know, looked through everything for the most part here. Obviously, there's some doors that I can't get through, so.
The grimoire is very active. It is reading you.
No, I'd rather not.
I confess it galls me slightly to see a compendium of knowledge used as a weapon. Earth needs must.
I'd rather
No
not.
doubt of your skill, at any rate.
I'd rather use my Corinth. Thank you very much. It was able to take out these guys a lot faster than that Grimoire was. But... oh, it replaced my Piranha. Interesting. Okay. Again, I'd rather use my Corinth. We have some like chests above, but I see no stairways leading up there, so looks like it's, you know, obviously the doorways that, you know, we have here, you know, will eventually take us above. Yes, I don't really see any way to kind of get up there otherwise. So that door is locked over there, so robots are like, God damn it, I just fixed this place. Okay, dude. I'll try to help you out. You know, I'll kind of focus more on the, you know, do a little bit more focus fire. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything here. Knock, knock. Who's there? Okay. Oof. Okay. I have a funny feeling that our sleeper, you know how in the story that was, you know, we kind of went through those 8 different stories. It could be that one of the sleepers was the person that kind of chased after him. So I might have to pull out the book here in order to fight whoever I might face. So, oh, okay. I'm suddenly walking all of a sudden.
monstrous danger, these labs. Better off sealed. We can only hope this sleeper has been untouched by this vast horror, this great indifference.
Okay. Actually, hold on. I want to check something here real quick, if I can. Ooh, I'm super slow right at this moment in time. Can I, this is kind of frustrating. Not able to move quickly through that. One thing that I'm kind of curious about. Pardon me while I play around with this. Oh yeah. I was wondering if there was some other form of like chemical reaction or something like that. Okay. That did not. Interesting. The explosion eventually blew up those vials, but not right away. You would think that it would have started hurting it, you know, while it was kind of floating along, but it didn't do that. So, okay. Well, it kind of, you know, I wanted to see if there was, because of the blue nature of the grimoire here, you know, with the vials, I was kind of thinking maybe there's, you know, something special. Okay, I can't even change into my operator form in that. Okay. That slowdown area was basically saying, nope, you cannot change whatsoever. Right, 10 star. Is indeed very interesting, this laboratory. Okay, that goes back up. Don't want to do that just yet. I want to kind of look around a little bit more. Those things almost look alive, almost. I wonder if I get close to them. Did they do anything? No. Don't really close me in. It is very disturbing. Um, you know, hands that are holding, you know, basically like a chest. And that's where the stairs go up. Okay. I think I've pretty much explored everything around here. You know, so far, not really anything like super difficult or anything along those lines. I'm not like, you know, struggling to get through. I'm not like beset by, you know, a whole bunch of monsters all, you know, all over the place. So, all right.
I ask too much of you, Tenno. These horrors must be stopped. If these fragments were to unite, destroy them swiftly, Tenno.
Okay. Alright. Can I go back up this way? Okay. When I was kind of trying to walk up back this way, it was kind of pushing me back down a little bit. So I was kind of contained within that little arena for a short time, obviously. But, I want to look around a little bit, see if I can find some additional loot somewhere. We have the underbelly. Obviously, you need to go that way, but you know, wait. Ah, there it is. Hi there. Just wondering where, you know, the loot was. Getting all these Stellas, or Stellars, whatever they're pronounced. Stelas. So, not quite sure what they'll be used for later, but one would imagine probably for the Warframe that's coming up here soon. Okay. There's times where I see the loot pop up, but at other times it kind of disappears on me. Like, hey, why aren't you showing me where the loot is, even though it's like right below me? What's going on there, game? You're being a little cryptic in the loot finder there. Okay, looks like I've pretty much gone through the loot. Doesn't look like I can see anything else around here at this time, so guess we can probably go through. Oh, almost missed that. And okay, we have some loot over here as we head further inside. Hello, sleeper. Uh-huh. Okay, interesting. Hello, subway.
Master Entrati jealously protected his most adored possessions, be they objects or people. Come, the sleeper awaits.
Mm-hmm. Don't really see anything on the sides there. Where's our little drone friend? What, is he not here? Aw. I wonder if I was to go through the center. Ah. He was talking about a trap. I was thinking, you know, with this kind of expanding the way it did, it would have been a perfect time for it to go, hey, I'm running center, zap me, or something like that. But, or close me into like a cylinder, you know, a spherical prison or something like that. But no, it didn't do that. Okay. You know. And I don't think our one friend is coming over here to fix the broken table, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't think this is the sleeper in question there, guys. Let me look around here a little bit. Okay, another doorway. Some vials that can explode. I don't really want to deal with that. Okay, interesting, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that this is going to spell disaster, but we'll find out. Awaken. Ah, this person. You destroyed the cryopod.
The Kalima sequence has begun? Did he send you? Is he? No. No, of course he didn't. That would be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
This is, well, Lloyd, the original. All emotional centers very much intact. Did you have a good sleep?
Ah, the helpful necroloid my Albrecht had made, so that I might have assistance and company. Perhaps that made it easier for him to leave. Resume your duties, construct.
Resume your duties, construct.
Please, follow me.
This is a Tenno, an orphan of the void, continuing the struggle our master abandoned.
A Tenno. A deserter, presumably. Is it not aware there's a war going on?
Oh, very much I'm aware.
So, the war too is just a memory now.
Oh no, I'm sure that it's still gone. Just in other areas. Okay.
Tenno, while Lloyd completes his inspections, you'd better meet the Cavia, a reminder of darker times.
Caveat.
Master Entrati always hoped the awaited operator would be able to understand them.
Okay. There's 3 of them. Fibonacci. Okay. Our status fully alert, brain function exceptional, monitoring nutrients, subject set into void by an Entrati on mission 3-1, huh? Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, it's up above. Seems overstimulated. Sedative, recommended. Revival process ongoing. Subject sent into void by Trinity on mission 3-1. Interesting. Okay. Real light status extreme depression. Oof, ouch. Substitute made available. Species extinction imminent. Sent in void by. Okay. Speak with Lloyd. Okay. Oh, Lloyd. Hello, Construct.
Albrecht left a great deal incomplete. The vessels are unfinished, like a book one might one day return to. Operable, barely. The sequence dictates I am to wait for their operator.
Okay.
Clearly that cannot be you.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Oh, it can be. Tenno, Master Entrati's grimoire suggests you are the key. That colorless antique there? Use it.
Of course. Colorless antique. Indeed. Um,
This isn't right. The transference stream. It's being diverted.
well, that's a bit weird. Alright. An older version of Dax, maybe? Because it's not my drifter. Are we very, very much in the past? And if so, why?
Arthur, find a terminal. Check in. I need to know you made it.
Okay, apparently I'm probably playing as someone named Arthur. Interesting. Hmm. Almost looks as though infested kind of came here, even though, again, this looks as though it is a very old, it's so, like I'm in the New York subway tunnel, like, hundreds of years in the future, but I mean, that's not necessarily possible because if this was indeed like, New York, for example, the infested never got to Earth, if I remember history correctly, because if it did, it would have basically torn the entire Earth apart. It would have consumed all of Earth, much like it did Mars. So, or not Mars, Deimos. So, okay, I don't really have any kind of run or slide or anything along those lines. I don't even have any kind of shooting capability, even though I have a focus ability. I don't have a melee right at this moment in time, so yeah, I'm okay. Once again, I'm not really enjoying this kind of limitation, you know.
Owie. Feels like there's someone in my head.
Maybe this was Deimos when it was originally infected, but a long, long time ago. Hard to say. But again, you know, the fact that I'm using a very, you know, basically a gun that is similar to AK-47, um, you know, it's like, okay, this is weird.
Nearly done with this bitch of a year. I wish we could just start over. Find that Dr. and Trotty bastard on day one. Then I wouldn't be alone on New Year's Eve.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of continue on with this till I can get a chance to where I can actually move a little bit more.
They found me. Keep going, Arthur. Find Dr. and Trotty. Follow him into hell if you have to.
Survive? So it looks as though the infested, you know, took over these constructs. So mhm.
You are late.
Mhm. Okay.
So, Albrecht made it to 1999 in one piece. But that thing is still on his heels. Albrecht rarely smiled after his return from the void. And never like that. I smashed the casket for nothing! It followed him anyway!
Okay. Okay.
Silence, creatures! It seems the murmur overloaded your connection. Unfortunately for Albrecht's cherished POM 2, not as future-proof as the label claimed. Alas. The murmur. They're attacking the sensory network I installed. Our eyes and ears. To arms, Tenno! Play the warrior, and leave the tactics to me. Constructor, I'm awake. Your one responsibility is fulfilled. Be with the family. They must be kept in the state of ignorance to which my Albrecht so wisely consigned them.
But yes, I see. Until we meet again, Tenno.
Opening your arsenal equipped with the grimoire. Do I have to? Apparently it was for the secondary, so there it is. Oh, it's already at max, huh? Okay. Let's see. Mods? I can definitely mod it. Let's go ahead and do so. Okay, electrical damage. Okay, let's boost that up a little bit. So we'll do prime convolution right there, and we will go ahead and boost up the status chance as well. Let's go ahead and mod this, or modify prime convolution a lot. That's about as much as I can do right now. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Wow, it doesn't do any other form of damage. Interesting. We will go with some multi-shot. We will go for fire rate and multi-shot. Let's see. And we'll go with some critical damage as well. Unfortunately, not enough to do anything more. Not enough polarities to do anything more with it either. So it's already been upgraded, okay. Okay. Enter the laboratories. Okay. Okay, so in other words, this is a new starting location for maps outside of so
I'd crawl away in shame too if I'd done what Lloyd did. Doesn't that grimoire feel a little light?
The murmur presumes to destroy our auditory and visual senses. In all the time I have been asleep, they have never once been so bold. Ignore the caveat, Tenno. If Albrecht ever understood their babble, he never bothered to share that knowledge with me.
no. apparently it has some very important information, otherwise it wouldn't be speaking. So okay. I want to look around a little bit before I go there. Interesting. Destructible. Oh wait, that actually gives some items. Interesting that it didn't necessarily show that as a destructible equipment on the map. Interesting. See, like right here. You're given some ammo on that one, so okay. Again, it's not necessarily showing it on the map itself, so oh.
Here they come. After all those years of creepy, silent encroachment, something has changed them, stirred them up. The necromags never could be compelled to attack the murmur. Albrecht suspected they could no longer distinguish between the indifference and himself. A theory he was reluctant to confirm.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay.
They're shifting focus. Get to the victory! Look at them. The indifference. He could have given lessons in indifference. Albrecht once thought the Carvia should have been destroyed. Failures all. But he briefly showed reluctance. and I saw no reason to punish them for his negligence. I saw off Granum's threats. I beat back the infested. And by the void, I shall see the end of these monstrosities. System of sorts. Gather enough of the floating Warframe glyphs, and they should reinvigorate the organs you're here to protect. A fallback system, in case the promised operator never showed.
Well, when I'm in ghost mode there, it doesn't
Dust yourself down, Tenno. We are still alive. Rejoin me, and the Kalimo sequence may proceed.
Okay.
You're right, Fish. Lloyd could never figure things out. We have nothing to worry about.
If the Kavia have been babbling our secrets to the Murmur, I shall immolate the lot of them. Promise or no promise? It seems Albrecht said more than we heard. Despite the signal becoming corrupted, his words to you are preserved in the transference buffer. We should extract them. But for that, the POM-2 requires a replacement board. And those are all hidden away in the Netracels. You do understand that accessing a Netracell without a key glyph is completely impossible?
Okay. No idea what the hell you're talking about.
A key glyph? So, the Kavia have provided the very item we require. Very well. Proceed to the Netracell at your own risk, Tenno. That babbling oddity may be sending you into a trap, And if you do end up in one, I'm afraid you are on your own.
Okay. So far we've had a defense mission. Now we're going into potentially a completely new mission type.
Key glyphs are a heavy burden.
Don't really like the reactions there.
Each type will impede you in its own way.
Access to terminal. Okay. Hmm. Use terminals to pinpoint location. Optional. Okay. What do you mean by terminals? And therefore, what am I looking for in that regard? Probably further inside. Hmm. Oh, sorry there, dude. I want to see what they mean by terminals here. If I can even find any. Oh, is this a dead end? I can't actually get through it? Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. A white symbol appeared. I wonder if that's like the main destination that I still have yet to get to, or is that the terminal that they're speaking of? You know, are the yellow symbols, the yellow spots the terminals, or is the you know, Interesting constructs. Hmm. Okay. I guess we'll just kind of move on. I'm not really seeing any form of like terminals per se. At least not yet.
Look at these things lying around, abandoned. My youth, Lloyd.
You are his demon, not mine. I won't listen. My apologies to you. I shall refrain from further outbursts.
Okay. So hmm. Hmm. I want to see what these terminals are all about, what they look like. So I'm heading towards the those white points, that point right there. I mean, they're not giving me any like additional information or anything like that, so I mean, I don't really have any other option right at this moment in time. So okay. Aha. There's one terminal. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fortunately, the okay. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Let's go find the other terminal. I have a funny feeling I'm probably going to be getting a lot of the resources and stuff like that anyway. I mean, this is going to be a new area to begin with. So I mean, me kind of going around collecting a lot of items and so on and so forth isn't really. I mean, obviously it would, you know, overall be helpful, but at the same time, you know, um, they're not, you know, getting the resources and you know, obviously will help overall, but at the same time, I can always come back here and gather more if necessary. But again, I need to know like what I'm, you know, gonna be, you know, dealing with to begin with. Like, you know, how much resources am I really gonna be needing? I'd rather not like, you know, spend my entire time, you know, trying to find like all, you know, unknown resources if I, you know.
There, a Netracell. Albrecht stored all manner of sentimental old junk in these. Insert the keycliff. The Netracell's security apparatus is diligent. That door won't open while it can sense the murmur nearby. So eliminate them.
Okay.
Necromites! The lab's automated systems are trying to lock down the Netracell. Your only option is to destroy them.
Okay. Where is it? Up there. Okay. Gotcha.
Cold stone. Sardonic ruthless. I was a fool not to see the resemblance before.
Okay. The fact that the walls are hands there.
You should have left well enough alone, kiddo. It'll never get better if you keep on picking at it.
Oh, so in other words, you're a scab?
Excellent. Return to me with the bolt, Tenno.
Okay. We're exiting in a different... We're exiting out a different doorway. So, this is interesting. Okay. Return to Lloyd.
Thank you. A moment, please. Would you do this?
Okay.
Arthur, Tenno, forgive me. I need Lloyd to understand why I had to leave. Without him. Why I forced him to destroy the device after I had gone. And why I could never say the words he so needed to hear.
Mm-hmm.
If I had remained in the Deimos laboratory, Lloyd would never have been safe from him. You know of what I speak. And so I retreated to the only place in history where that entity could not easily follow. To draw his greedy eye away from Lloyd.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tenno, I require your trust. Craft the little curio whose blueprints you will find in the computer's memory. Complete the Kalemos sequence. Repair. Rebuild. When the time is right, find me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting.
The skin of a martyr doesn't suit you, Albrecht. If something mattered, he'd have found a way. It's too late. You heard him, Tenno. He requires your trust. So craft the bloody thing.
Lloyd is very salty. Return to the orbiter. Okay. You're very interesting. Oh, okay. It automatically selects it. Okay. Why it's not immediate, I don't really know, but I mean, at the same time, it's understandable. But I mean, I got a minute before it gets done, so. So, in other words, our one friend here that has always been calling us kiddo, I forget his name, apparently has been kind of chasing after Albert. Maybe he is Albert in a sense. Like a shadow, like a clone. Reasoning? Don't really know. You know, sounds like, um, you know, I could be way off base here, but it sounds as though our friend here is kind of needing Albert's um, like Albert's basically created a form of doorway, which our murmur here is very interested in. And wants to maybe try to find a way to kind of go through said doorway.
The Jahu Gargoyle. Bring it back here and we shall examine what form will do to help us.
Mm-hmm.
Albrecht may have told you to build that thing, but given how he used people and threw them away, he may not have cared for your safety. If that gargoyle is a threat, you must take it from the sanctum immediately. Now, activate it.
I have a funny feeling that this is a translator.
At last! If ignorance is bliss, then you, Tenno, must be ecstatic. Come on then, bring it closer. Wakey, wakey.
Where did that come from? Identify yourself!
Please, Lloyd, let them figure it out. That's the right direction. Oh, who's a good biped? Here, in the jar. What? The fish with the big brain? Yes, the fish with the big brain. Can we please finally get this interminable process over with?
Albrecht used you to give the Cavia a voice, just as he used me to keep them alive. Such a resourceful man.
So, here we are then, the best of what's left. Clearly, Papa's plan was countered. Color me surprised. Right then, we may proceed with the sequence.
You animals have observed us all this time, have you not? You've given yourself a role in the sequence?
Indeed we have. Oh, come, Lloyd. It's named after Papa's favorite pet. Spare the rod and spoiled. We know the fragmented ones are heralds of the indifference. We know the chosen operator must summon and destroy them. And regrettably, you, Lloyd, have made this impossible.
Choose your words carefully, fish.
The grimoire is incomplete. The final page hidden away by Lloyd. Be a darling and retrieve it. That's all. Run along.
So be it. The gift of decency was clearly not bestowed upon the Carvia, Tenno. But I cannot deny the page's current status is lost.
Talk! I can talk! Hey, hey! Oh, Mr. Lloyd! Mr. Lloyd! Where is Papa? Why did Papa leave us? Mr. Lloyd!
Papa is gone. We could all be gone too. In an instant. Like, we have to keep quiet.
Okay.
I wonder, can I actually talk with them a little bit more? No. Not him. Or not. Aw, I can't actually talk with them. Now, here's the thing. Here's what I was figuring was going to happen. So, our friend, you know, our statue here, looked very much like our respective friend over here in a, well, an odd way. But from the looks of it, as well, it also has like features of each of them as well. So our big brain there, you know, you have the very large noggin. You have our, you know, the body of our friend that was over there, and then you have the wings over our bird friend as well. So interesting. So it basically gave us the, you know, the ability to chat with them. So okay. All at once, all together. Time to go back in the laboratories.
Allow me to boil this down for you. Should the indifference's corrupting touch reach us and take back our speech, we would be screwed. So, Maria, love, and eradicate the murmur in this patch before the big bad gets word that Lloyd's awake and the fish is talking.
Tenno, there is some truth to what the fish says. That page was the last thing my Albrecht ever wrote. Meant for me. Since I had no interest in reading his endless self-justifications, I hid it away instead. But with all this chaos, it's undetectable.
So long as the indifference is missing a digit, it is confined to the strands of Kra. Don't ask, your tiny mind would likely pop into the strain of understanding. This limitation is our one hope.
Do not patronize the Tenno fish. The strands of Kra are merely void renderings of the chains of cause and effect. Conceptually embodied timelines, if you will.
Papa's daughter excelled at explaining complicated concepts in childish terms? I see now where she learned it.
This guy is really annoying. Like, how do you defeat this guy? Every single time it feels like I'm trying, he has some form of like barrier up that he's kind of protecting, you know, himself from further attack, and it's like, okay, well, again, how do I kill him? At first I was thinking, you know, maybe I'll just destroy the enemies that he's kind of given shields to. But, I mean, that doesn't do anything. He still protects himself versus the, from attack, so maybe...
If you would be so kind, finish up so I can point you toward that sorting page.
Maybe it has to do more with the operator. Nope. Okay, it's something to do with the top of the it has to do with the like little that little like relay like on top of it. It's like a transmitter, so I just have to like destroy that transmitter and everything should be, you know, I should be able to kind of kill it with that, so.
It was a long walk towards competence, but here you are. Now,
That guy's at least easy to kill.
page.
Okay.
How about you give me the page instead, kiddo? Consider it part of our deal.
it's done. Keep it to yourself, Tenno. I'm damned if I'm giving Albrecht the last word.
Wilhelm raps upon the untimed door and sends Grimoire. We are undone. Weeping rumbles.
I mean, let's... Oh, wait. I don't have my clone out. Come on, guys. Don't get rid of my clone. Goodbye. Do-do-do-do-do. That place is tearing itself apart. Mm-hmm. Anything else? No? No? Nothing? Ooh, pretty. Alright. Let's get out of here. We still have much to do. Two and a half hours in, huh?
Tenno, are you there? Thank Void. Listen, the Murmur diverted your extraction jump. We need you back at the sanctum now. Hurry!
I mean, a little busy right at the moment, so... I have I-10 stars around here. Oop. Okay. What the? Stop shooting me. If they gave me a time limit, I might have actually been interested in rushing. But I mean, these guys are giving me a lot of resources right at this moment in time. So I mean, a lot of you know, a lot of jars to break right at this moment in time. So I'm getting very distracted by all these jars that I can break. Yee. So. Okay. There's a lot of them coming from that way. Alright, I'll just keep on going. Let's see. Up there. Yep. Okay. There's something up here. Ah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Come on, get out of here. Okay. Okay. Okay, anything else over here, maybe? Oh, we have something down there somehow. Not quite sure exactly where it's located at. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, game. Well, that's annoying. Maybe next time don't give me something that I can't get to? Oh well. That's clearly that's a bug, but I mean I can't do anything to kind of change that right at the moment, so. Okay. Oh, we're just going right into here, huh?
It takes. It took my future. It's taking the labs inch by inch. Well, I won't let it take his bloody caviar.
Okay.
The sodding indifference seeks a path through the walls, and they tail through you. Keep it at bay.
Easy enough. Okay. Oh, another one? Come on now.
The strand holds. The indifference approaches. Soon it will take on mass.
Alright. Come, show yourself to me.
Get
Hmm.
Lloyd, you gave me back my sight, but I would not spare you a glance. You gave me back my voice, but I never spoke to praise you as I should have. For you were my right hand, my strength, my support, my sanctuary. Even when the galleries hurled scorn upon me, your sole desire was to suffer it in my stead.
Okay. Apparently I have to connect the Grimoire again.
On your first day of service, you aspired to be worthy of me.
I'm gonna just listen to the story here a little bit.
I wish that I could have been worthy of you, my lord.
Okay. Looks like we're done. What's the story? Time to kill this guy off. Hold E. Okay. Okay. The lab's a little bit of a mess.
Tenno. No. Operator.
The strand of claw has been cut, while the indifference remains undeterred. I foresee a grim and continuing struggle to safeguard Papa's laboratory from its fell and ruinous grasp.
Indeed. I shall not waver.
Okay.
Protect the vessels. Repair. Rebuild. So runs the Kalimo sequence. And such is our task. In the version of the past we saw, my Albrecht said we were too late. The solution, naturally, is to arrive on time next time. You keep the murmur at bay, I shall fulfill my role. Punctuality. The Entrati family never could arrive on time without my help. And so, here I am, back to my old role, the diligent servant. Albrecht would have smiled at that, I think. He said,
Okay, well, I've always kind of picked the light version, so.
do not let it see you weeping, Lloyd.
We had a deal. The deal was shook. A little handshake, all it took. Though from the deal, the wee child ran.
Yet still, we end as we began.
Okay. Quest complete. Interesting. Would have figured that like the difficulty of the enemies wasn't really that difficult overall. So I wonder like where this sequence of quests, you know, where this falls in. You know, is it truly at the very end of the entire story quest? Is it a side quest? Not quite sure. Okay,
One must make the best of things.
okay, so,
You've met the animals? The catastrophe Albrecht saddled me with? Well, any ideas? Their roles were intended to be filled by qualified personnel. People! Instead, we have this. It's bad comedy. Printed with whatever information they need to function, and an understanding of our current state of affairs, including Albrecht's absence. They were sent into the void using a bell of the same design that Albrecht initially used. The void got in, somehow. Again. One of the animals was lost, and the rest came back like that. We placed them in stasis, pending a proper examination. For them, the disaster, intelligence, and selfhood all occurred only hours ago. They're psychological shrapnel, and they're all we've got. See what you can do with them. I simply do not have the time.
okay, Lloyd. Exchange Voca for Cavius standing.
A fresh opportunity to continue my Albrecht's work. We appreciate it, Tenor.
Trade for Voca?
So much of what we do resembles magic. No wonder we found demons in the forbidden spaces.
Okay, so there's the Stella, there's the Intradi there, so... Don't know if I really need these right at this moment in time, so I'm gonna hold off on that for right now.
This all back then.
Arcane Dissolution.
Sometimes I wonder how much of this Albrecht saw coming. And then I try not to think about it.
Dissolve Arcanes. Okay. Receive 3 random arcanes from the following. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. But of course, I would need a lot of phosphor, whatever the phosphor is. So far, I don't really know what that's all about, so I'll have to worry about that later. I'm assuming I have to dissolve arcanes to maybe get the phosphor. So Loy uses devices in Albert's laboratory to reduce arcanes to phosphor. Right, okay. So the potential powder for chemical processes speak to Lloyd to trade phosphor for arcanes he has stored in the laboratory. So in other words, if I have a lot of arcanes, which I do not, then I can basically dissolve them.
And I shall break your arcanes
Like,
down into phosphor.
like for example, if I have like, say I've been doing a lot of, you know, I've been doing a lot in terms of like building up like the arcane healing and, I guess maybe if I have some extras, although, I'm not sure how that really works, then I can kind of break them down into this and potentially get myself different arcanes. But I mean, I have not been doing a whole lot in terms of the arcanes to begin with, so yeah, this will have to wait for now.
Oh, I'll just pop off and our service is but a shadow of yours.
Alright, let's see what this is all about.
There you are. I would speak with you. Ah, yes. Operator, correct? Drifter, perhaps? You'll find our merry band share that unconventional relationship with their appellations.
Okay.
I am Fibonacci. Papa's design has uplifted me to function as the coordinating factor of this little group. You may have heard that one of our number was consigned to paradise before our return from the void. Min, Tagfa's mate. Yes, most unfortunate. Too often it is the good and the young who forge our future, laying their lives upon progress's unfeeling anvil. Now, let us apply ourselves to the grand work at hand and deny our minds melancholy's frigid caress.
Oh, wow.
To work!
Aha, so Kavi is standing. Okay. How many we got here? 5? Yep. Do not see anything in terms of rewards or anything like that, so, but obviously it probably will come into play. So, bounties. So, Corvex Neuroptics Blueprint, okay. Mondel Blueprint, Chassis, Systems, Optics. There's a lot of potential bounties here. Okay.
Don't let... Yes.
We'll hold off on that for now.
miss being not me. When I was not me, names weren't things. Things weren't things. Everything was anything.
Right.
When I was not me, there was nothing I wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just me.
Okay.
And things are just things.
Indeed.
Being a person is hard. I don't feel like me fits in me. Inside me is the wrong size for outside me. Outside me is the wrong size for outside.
Okay.
I wonder if the other me's feel like this. Rock. Rock. I was bigger when I was smaller.
Okay. Indeed.
Mr. Tagfer is very still and very quiet. Like a dead thing in the hot beat thing I think that came from. Jungle. He must be practicing. Mr. Tagfer? Wow, he's really good at that. Dead thing. Is Min a dead thing?
Don't
Can my
know.
friends be dead things? Can I be a dead thing? Oh, Papa will bring her back. Papa can do that. Papa will let us be dead things. Papa, Bark, loves us. Yes, Bark. Yes, Bark, Bark. Mr. Fishinachi. He'd know. Papa's plan. Papa's plan, he said. So,
He's very traumatized. Press words.
what do you think?
Okay. So we got ourselves some more lenses. We got the Grimoire blueprint, which I already have and I've already mastered. Why they offer it, I don't really know. What's the point of offering it if they give it to me freely? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, another weapon there. Okay. A helmet upgrade. Melee arcane adapter. Okay. Lots of arcanes for melee there. Okay. Lots of different mods. For Necromex. Okay, that might be handy. And there's the blueprint. Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Sorry, shiny treasures. Okay. What's this? I'm assuming just what? Pieces that I can maybe put around the dojo and that's about it? Or around the orbiter? Doesn't seem that useful to me right at this moment in time, so I'll leave it alone for now.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Just thinking. I don't like it.
Thinking? You don't like thinking? Interesting.
1 minute, I existed only to eat and flee and breed. The next, I was me. But Min, did Min have time to be Min before? She and I, we were the last. Did you know that? Without her, there's no more us.
No more tag fur and min.
Mm-hmm.
No soft calls. No gentle nuzzling muzzle. No little tag furs. No little mins. Never. Fibonacci says we have to trust that it's all part of Papa's plan. How? Why? And now I have a purpose. So the fish says.
Hmm.
To help you in the ways in which I have been instructed. But all I want is to be with her.
Okay.
If there's anything in the Netracells about the vessels, steal it.
Okay.
Papa never wanted anyone to know what he was up to. That's why he built the Netracells. Little hideaway vaults. Not even Lloyd knows what he got up to in there. I want to know. I can get you into the anchor hold, where Albrecht stored all his key glyphs. They're on a rotation timer. Only one Netracell can be opened at any given time. Before you can do that, you've got to find the Netracell and neutralize any opposition. Impossible for a guy like me, but maybe not for someone with a working pair of opposable thumbs. What do you say?
I say probably not.
So,
At least not yet.
that's all?
Hey there, Vinny. How you doing there? Congrats. Now you can build a gargoyle in your dojo to enjoy the Scarlet Spear style arcane. Okay. Don't forget to trade a splinter to it for the Kyros, and now you can get those for defeating boss. Okay. I knew that there was something that I needed to build in the dojo. Kind of gave me a little bit more than I was expecting there, Vinny, but that's okay. Okay, I think that's about as much as we can do for this for right now. Don't really want to go out of the lab, so how exactly do I get the heck out of here? I mean, obviously I can just, you know, kind of hit the escape and, you know, exit that way. But I'm just kind of curious about, like, you know, here it is. Here's where I came down from. And that's where it all started here. Now I'm assuming if I go over here, Lloyd, you're the...
I must ask that you keep our dealings a secret from Mother.
Lloyd, where are you? You know, we seem to be having a little bit of a missing, you know, drone here a bit. Obviously, you know, I still have to deal with this, which means I still have to try to work on getting standing, or actually, what I need to do is, you know, try to get more of the orientation matrix to, you know, start building up the ranking here, but unfortunately for me, the Orkin orientation matrix is only pretty much gathered from the vault, unless they've changed that recently, but I kind of doubt that. I'm gonna need to do that at some point, though. I'm gonna need to kind of work on getting more vault missions, because I have a funny feeling, if I'm not mistaken, it even after I pass this one rank to get to the next one, I'm still gonna need to do more. And from what I understand, that they haven't really been very generous in that. So, okay. Now, what's interesting is that you couldn't go this way before using your Warframe. So, that's a bit interesting. Hello, Mother. So, apparently I am indeed in a like a unique instance. Otherwise, I'd be seeing a lot of different players in this one. So, okay, let's get the heck out of here.
Chosen operator. A friendly suggestion. You could do so much more with those melee weapons of yours. I donate my wisdom on both tool and technique. Listen well. Tenukai, a fighting technique fusing void and bestial instinct. Raw power. While I have never used Tenukai, I understand it perfectly.
Of course.
Somewhat of a mind master. Enough so that lost materials pertaining to Tenukai have been stored just out of my reach in the sanctum. Tools. Papa was not one to rest. Use this segment to unlock more potential for your arsenal.
Of course.
The arcane was an art and science that Papa studied well. The convexity of my bowl a magnifying glass on his research, and now your gain. Install this segment, acquire melee arcanas, find Tenukai modules, and observe the results. A swift deletion of your foes.
Okay.
This is how angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Okay. Lloyd.
Tenno, the Warframe Corvex was designed by my Albrecht's own hand to protect the chosen operator from the hazards of his laboratory. This design is yours, by right. I intend to keep the promise I made to him.
Okay.
When the time is right, and the equipment repaired, I will assist you to travel back to the past, to the pivotal year of 1999. Perhaps, between us, we may change history, Lloyd.
Okay, again, I find it interesting that that they offer, these, these pieces of equipment when, they're also items that are kind of locked behind ranking as well, and it's like, then what's the point of even offering them in the I mean, what's the point of even offering the blueprints? Or for example, you can clearly see that this this blueprint was being offered, you know. Now, I get it in that, hey, maybe for some unknown reason you might want more than one. Like, you know, until the prime comes out for this one particular Warframe, maybe you want a second so that you can, uh, you know, sacrifice it to the helmet. But it's like, personally, I don't really see the need to do that. But I mean, everybody has their own style to them. Um, for me, it's like I don't really want to put a whole lot of resources into non-prime versions, because there's really no, if I'm going to be sacrificing it to the helmet anyway, then, you don't get those resources back. So, like if I put, a potato in one of these warframes, you don't get that back um, when you sacrifice it to helmet. So, I mean, if they did do that, they did like give resources back, then that would be perfectly fine. Okay, no worries. But they don't. So it's like, um, so on one hand, it's like, I can understand if someone wants to like have like multiple of them for some reason, for some unknown reason, I guess they can, but I don't know. It just feels like a waste to me. Um, but that's me. That's my mind. So time to install the segment. Melee upgrade segment installed. What? No graphic? Come on, guys. No animation for that? Oh. I mean, they had animations for like, this before, where it's like, hey, you had a little panel pop on out, you threw it into the inside of it, and everything, started working again for the foundry, blah, blah, blah. I mean, can't they do that for the Arsenal? Have they not figured a way to do that here? I mean, all they need to do is like maybe pop out this side panel or something like that, maybe. I don't know. Or, this right here. This looks like something that you can just kind of pop out and, install a segment into, but guess they haven't gotten that animation to work yet, so it is what it is. So, okay, so now, if I go to, if I go to the weapons here, now we have a melee arcane adapter that we can put into our melee weapons here. So I just don't know if I really want to, upgrade my, while I have been using Chichimuru, to, the Zaw a lot. People like to say that it's not the best. But from what I understand, from what I understand from others, are the primes better? I mean, according to this, potentially. Then again, maybe not. So it's like, some Zaws are, really, really useful in comparison, but Others, not so much, as you can see. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay. You know, what gives what gives the best kind of attacks and the like? And if so, like, um, so yeah. But we'll have to worry about that a little bit later. Now,
Your chosen Warframe suits
now,
you.
Vinny, if you're watching right at this moment in time, I'd prefer that if the thing that gets built in the dojo, I'd like to wait for, both Blackheart and myself to be online so that we both can see it. And so, um, so I'm not going to build it right at this moment in time. I'm gonna wait until next week when both Blackheart and I are here, so we both can observe the installation of it. Unless he's already seen it, but I'll prefer to wait until then anyway. So now um, before we end tonight's stream, we're gonna do the one event, which is this here. Operation Gargoyle's Cry. So, or at least we're gonna try to. The murmur continues to scrape deeper into our realm of existence. Having devised a solution to detect such whispers, Fibonacci won't allow such trespassing to threaten our system. This operation relies on antenna across the origin system to construct an invisible living defense against a growing murmur threat. Players must have completed the Whispers of Walls quest to participate and to play. To join this living defense or murmur telemetry course, you must hunt down the power source that will continuously power your visual gargoyle. Go to your dojo and build the visual from your dojo deck. Jesus. One gargoyle can be built per dojo, so you don't see it in your decorations list. Your clan members may have already placed it. Play a Fervo on demos to earn operation rewards. Players must successfully defeat both the Void Angel and the assassination target in mission to earn one of the following. Improve your clan's scoring, resulting in better trophies at the end. Are we actually competing against other clans in this? If that's the case, then, well, yeah, not happening. Hmm. Should have, probably should have tried to take care of this last week. Oh well. would like to see what the, you know, what's, what do you get out of this? But at the same time, okay, hold on. Just, I'm not actually going to build it, but let's see. Interesting. Would have been nice if they had like a different. Is it under delivery? Hmm. Okay. Hmm. There it is. Mm-hmm. Alright, we're gonna wait until Blackheart comes on in. Or we're gonna wait. Now, obviously that will um that right there will basically say, hey, well, without the gargoyle, you can't do the gargoyle's cry. Again, uh, you know, the fact that they put a time limit on it, it's like, okay, well, how much we could really do about that right now. And it also, Blackheart might not have been able to do much in terms of the. I mean, he was already from what he was telling me, he was already kind of struggling doing the stream with it anyway, or with the quest. So trying to do regular missions probably would have been tough for him to stream as it is anyway, using using his computer. So probably would have been kind of difficult for him to
If lost upon
to
the plains
to
of
even kind of
Texas,
continue with
you
that.
motorized
Now,
settlements
don't
of
get me wrong.
Western
There are other members
which the
of
hostiles
the
call Ito.
um,
You may also never
other
forget to
members of
defend
the
what
clan.
is
So I mean, I
protected.
get it. Um, so um, is to do leaderboards this time around. Well, I mean, the problem with that is, and you know, the problem with leaderboards is that um, that that puts a competition feel into a cooperative game, and that might start putting more of a negative spin into the community. And you know, as soon as you start putting more competition into the community, there's going to be a lot of people that are wanting to kind of butt heads in that. Um, so that's why it's so personally I hope that they never do that. Um, um, Now um if they do it in a sense of, you know, like alliances get like more rewards or something along those lines, like they have a like a you know, a shop or something like that that basically says, hey, you know, here's some more rewards for everything that the alliance does, then that might actually be pretty good, you know. Because then you kind of encourage more interaction between alliances that way. So I would hope that they do something along, you know, something more towards like, you know, that versus like leaderboards basically saying, hey, here's, you know, you have to do more, um, you have to do more competition with each other. And it's like, if people want to do competition, then they can always do the PvP. But let's face it, that has never been something that a lot of people have really done with Warframe. I mean, you still have, you know, you also have the fighter game as well, you know, but that was terrible when I played it. Um, so, um, but yeah, now the question that I have right now is, you know, is Gargoyle's Cry um, a repeating event? You know, like for example, you have like the summertime beach event that they like to do. They have the Halloween event. You know, they have like a lot of events going on. So I wonder if Gargoyle Cry is another similar event. Like, for example, as you can see, thermal fractures. So I wonder if Gargoyle's Cry is going to be a similar event that will kind of come about every once in a while. I mean, let's face it, you know, trying to stop the murmurs from entering the system, you know, is understandable. And I can see them wanting to do that on a regular basis to, you know, try to stop the murmurs, right? Um, but I don't know, with the 1 day, 15 hours left, it's like, you know, is it going to be a seasonal event? Meaning, like, I won't see it um, until like next winter? Or is it like a monthly event, like the Thermia Fractures, per se? You know, that will like come every, you know, 15 days, last for 15 days, and then goes away or something like that, you know. I wonder. So, Um, no, it's okay there, Vinny. Like I said, I'd rather leave a let me kind of experience it when I place it next weekend. So thank you for the invite though on that, but it's okay. There are already leaderboards in the game and have been for a long time. It uh, yes and no. The you know K drives, leadership boards. Yes. Um, PvP leaderboards probably. You have the um, leaderboards for I think um, 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 for Cephalon Samaras, if I remember correctly.
The multitude of creatures you have
Yeah,
immortalized would
here
cry
let
out
me
in thanks
let me
if they
verify that real
could.
quick. If I'm not mistaken, there's leaderboards even with Cephalon Samaras.
I can
Um,
see you are hungry for the
yeah, see.
knowledge of the sanctuary.
Um, but here's the thing. Uh, um,
Knowledge is the path to the singularity.
if they ever do something along the lines of, hey, the person that gets first place or the clan that gets first place or something along those lines gets, like the best prizes or something like that, if they start doing that, then I don't know. I would feel like it would add an element into the game that it really shouldn't necessarily have. You know, like the Elite Sanctuary Onslaught. I mean, you're not getting anything special for doing, for getting these, for doing this, right? If I'm not mistaken, there's nothing to for this. You're not like getting anything special for getting on this leaderboard. Same with the leaderboards on the K drives or anything like that. You're not necessarily getting anything special out of it. You're basically getting bragging rights, and that's pretty much about it. You know, as soon as you start giving like a competition between like what you can actually earn, like hey, um, the only way to get this one blueprint for a Warframe or for a weapon that you will never see anywhere else, then you're gonna bring in like an element of pretty toxic competition, and you know, I hope they never do that, something like that. So,
Knowledge is
you
the
know,
path. You are a true hunter. Where would the sanctuary be? Synthesis will be the light that illuminates this creature. With your good fortune, hunter.
so that's all. I just figure
The multitude of creatures you have
you know,
immortalized would cry out in thanks, if they could.
maybe it trades medallions or something like that for maybe first place or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, um, I would hope that um they never go that route. You want to continue having you know, you want to make sure that you keep with a like a good like community, helping the community out in Warframe. So, you know, as soon as you start putting more and more competitions in Warframe, you're gonna start doing more and more toxicity, you know, in there. So that's all. And I figure that that might be a little. I figure that that wouldn't be exactly something that anybody really should be looking forward to. So. Profile, look at leaderboards. Yeah, yeah. But my point is just that, you know, uh, the overall bragging rights, or you know, this is pretty much just kind of bragging rights. That's it. You know. Um,
Operator, Ordis is picking up a distress signal.
so,
Wait, no. It's just the corpus peddling their wares again.
Get off the emergency frequency!
but why anybody would want to stay for 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 11 seconds for a defense mission? Okay. um, but it's pretty much like bragging rights. So, you know, they're not giving out um, you know, at least to my knowledge, they're not giving out anything special for being at the top of the leaderboards. That's basically about it. You know, my point is that as soon as you start getting to a point where it's like, um, hey, you can only get certain rewards by being at the top of the leaderboard, then you're gonna start getting people that are gonna be like, hey, we need to get to the top of the leaderboards. Um, think of it this way. Um, my friend, he likes to get on a MMO, right? And um, or you know, my roommate, he gets into this MMO game. I'm blanking on the name right at the moment, um, but you know, he gets himself up into a high amount of gear and levels and stuff like that. He joins a clan, or he joins a clan early or something like that. And the end game for that MMO is doing raids to try to get the best equipment. Get the best armor, best weapons, so on and so forth, right? Um, but here's the thing. Here's where it can get a little ugly. Is the fact that in order to get into those raids, they basically have to compete against other clans in order to get into said raid, right? Now, I don't know exactly how they do the competition or something along those lines, but, you know, these two clans would, you know, basically face off against each other, whether it's like, you know, direct competition with each other or it's like a timed race or something like that to get to um, the end goal or something like that, and that might be very dangerous or something. I don't know. I personally haven't done it, so I don't really know what goes into it. Um, but the um, obviously, if that one raid is the only place to get like that best equipment, then you're gonna have a lot of people that are kind of going up against each other. You're gonna have a lot of butting heads. You're gonna have a lot of toxicity in the player base, or at least potential toxicity in the player base. Um, so um, I would hate for that to happen in Warframe. That's all. I would hope that that would never come into play in terms of Warframe directly. So um, you know, I'd prefer having the player base that is willing to help everybody else out. So exterminate, survival, alchemy. All right. Mirror defense. Okay. Doing that again, huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah. Um, let's see. Did the circuit change at all or no? No, okay. It hasn't. Not quite sure when they switched that around or switched that over. So, okay, well, I was kind of hoping to do the Gargoyle's Call to kind of see what that's all about, but I guess we'll have to wait, for next time when it shows itself again. Sometime in the future, hopefully. We'll see. I mean, right at this moment in time, it is, um, um, a lot of people are indeed playing that right at this moment in time. So, um, but yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and kind of leave it there for right now. Um, so, uh, Grimoire is not something that I want to hold on to, though. Let me go ahead and swap out now before I forget about it later. Now, of course, we have the new Warframe. Just, that was introduced with that, so I'm gonna need to add that one to my list of Warframes to kind of work on. So, parts to find and like, um, Corvex. Let's see. Let me go ahead and put that down already. Let's see. So I need narrow the chassis systems and Echo Voca, huh? Whatever that is. Oh, actually, that was like one of the boosts that you can kind of, purchase if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Now I know that, these can be acquired from the bounties. I wonder, lately I've been kind of doubting it because they've kind of been moving away from doing parts and assassinations. So I don't know if they will allow for you to get, those parts for doing the assassination or not. I kind of wish that they would kind of keep with that, but they've been doing a lot of um, other means of getting parts, which has been, I don't know. I haven't really been finding it very useful overall. Um, because like for example, they switched Oberon from a really simple assassination to the railjack, which is a lot harder and a lot annoying, a lot more annoying to try to acquire, and it's kind of um, I find it kind of irritating personally that they would um, that they made that change. To be honest, um, it was easier ish to try to get the Oberon parts, and now they put it onto the railjack, and now it's you know that much harder to acquire Oberon. And it's like you're basically forcing the player to, instead of the assassination that it used to be. Um, Actually, hold on. What was the assassination for, to get Oberon parts? Um, what was the old assassination? Um, Eximus and enemies. Counselor Vahek. Oh, Counselor Vahek was changed over to Hydroid, if I'm not mistaken.
Acquired.
Or
Finish this business once and
hold on. Um, yeah, on Earth. So that's so originally it was Oberon that you could get the parts from for Vahek. Then it gets switched over to Hydroid, which is its current um, drop right at this moment in time. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Before update 13, when he started dropping Hydroid, he dropped the components to Oberon. Before Oberon was released, he dropped Trinity components. Okay. So they've really been kind of swapping out the components here. I mean, Eximus enemies, okay. I mean, you know, now don't get me wrong. The um, um, there are way too many Warframes out there per for it to really go every there's not enough assassinations to allow for a to allow for every single Warframe to be dropped on an assassination. I get that. I understand. Um, but at the same time, you have to, they have to understand that, some of these should be really easy to come by, or easy-ish to come by. I mean, you know, take for example, you know, um, Venus, right? You go to you go to the Jackal assassination. You get Rhino parts there, and you get it, it always drops a Rhino part every single assassination you do there. Okay, there's no like oh maybe you get it like every 6% or something like that. No, it's like every single time you do the assassination, you get a Rhino part, and that's fantastic. Um, the Warframes shouldn't you know the Warframes shouldn't be that difficult to acquire, in my opinion. Um, you know, um, you shouldn't have to be like, um, like Avara. Avara is annoying to get because not only do you have to do her 3 different spy missions or spy um, difficulty range, you know, which you have the easier spy missions such as like Earth. You have like the middle ground missions such as like say like Jupiter or Saturn, and then you have like the more difficult spy missions such as Sedna or Eris or Pluto, and it's like, and then you add in the fact that, you know, the drop rate for them is absolutely terrible. So now you're having to have, in order to get a VAR, you're needing to do that mission over and over and over again to maybe hope that that one part that you're trying to get drops. And I mean, if there was a market where you could like um trade non-prime parts around with other people, um, then you'd have a lot more people wanting to, you know, you'd probably be having a lot of people looking for Avara parts to be bought. You know, just saying how it is, because no one would want to, you know, I grinded for it, you know, before the circuit opened up, you know, because, you know, there wasn't any other means to get it. You know, I had to go through that grind. But I wouldn't want to wish that on anybody, to be honest. You know, um, you know, in my particular opinion, they should increase the drop rate for like Avara parts. You know, in my opinion. So, you know, make it really easy to get those parts. You know, um, that's what I would say. So, um, you know, the fact that I got the fact that I got Avara Prime before I got Avara should say a lot. You know, if I can get Avara Prime before I can get Avara regular, then you got a problem. You know, in my opinion. Same with Oberon. You know, Oberon now, if Oberon Prime is now easier to get than Oberon itself, then you got yourself a problem. So, um, you know, make it easier to get, you know, non-prime versions. That's my stance on it. So, um, okay, I think I'm done. I was planning on doing pretty much just the mission and, you know, the operation, but or you know, the quest and then the operation. But the quest is done, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. Let's see, story based. Um, okay, so Whispers in the Walls is considered part of the story. Gotcha. Um, Now, did they put it in order here? Yeah, I think they did. So Whispers in the Walls is, you know, towards the end of it. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. They did mention Operator, Drifter, and stuff like that, and Drifter appears um, in Angels of the Zariman, so it makes sense. So. Okay, I think that is gonna be it for tonight. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and close on down for the night. Although I could really do with trying to get some of the parts from the Profit Taker, or maybe not necessarily Profit Taker.
Let's get back to it.
Let's see. Hold on. Before I stop though. I want to kind of go towards let's see. Now,
Sparky, right. We're all here. Let's get started.
let's see. Wait, I'm not seeing the droid that I'm kind of in need of.
Sparky, right. We're all here. Let's get started. Keep your boots tight.
Ready to dance on some faces? Authentically handcrafted by colourful locals.
See, I need to give myself more reputation here so that I can get more of the Atmo, the Repeller, the Geomag systems because I need a lot of these for some, quite a few of my blueprints are in need of these, so I'm gonna need to kind of work on those a little bit. Oh, wait a second. I'm in need of the Christmatroid, which I thought was dropped by, like the stage 4. Oh, maybe,
Your call.
Sparky, right.
maybe,
Let's get started.
while it doesn't necessarily show the Christmatroid here as a possible rewards, this is just extra rewards. So the Christmatroid would is a definitive drop that you can get from Profit Taker. It's just you know, you might get some additional rewards here. Well, to be honest, I need at least one for the dojo right at this moment in time. So, you know what? Let's start.
Final phase. Thanks to that data you gathered, Biz can slow Profit Taker's sentient shield adaptation long enough for you to do some real damage. Then, once the shields are gone, use your Gravamag modified Arcwing weaponry to punch through her carapace and end this.
So we're going to pull the trigger on this thing. I've got a card game to get to.
Yudi, the Profit Taker. She's moving. Looks like she's headed for the middle of...
Let's just skip through that. Don't really need to. Okay.
There she is.
Ooh. Okay.
Focus your upwing weapons on the ore. Compromise the exoskeleton of the legs, and then work your way to the torso.
Heads up, Sparky.
Nuts? No. Look, they're sinking with the ore. Shield's going back up. Outwelder, deal with those pylons. Shields are waning. Whatever you're doing, it's working. That did it. She's vulnerable. Aim true, Outwelders.
Another one down. You outworlders can thank me later.
Hmm. I'm not really doing any kind of damage to this thing. I really wish I knew exactly where to aim at. It doesn't really give me any kind of notification like, hey, aim here to do damage on Profit Taker or anything along those lines. So I don't really know, you know, um, hey there, Dreadful. You have to match the damage type on her head. Well, that's great. If you have like the right kind of damage type. Like, if you don't have the right kind of chemical for it or anything along those lines, then there's nothing that you can do about it. So that
Heads up. Bombardment inbound. This confused adaptation system.
Scratch another.
like if you don't have like radiation or anything along those lines built into it, then how are you supposed to get through its armor? I find that kind of irritating, but whatever. And you wait until it changes. Yeah, that's annoying.
Highland pepper. Wreck 'em.
Give me a point on where I can actually hit it. That's what I prefer.
D, what is it?
Satellite just moved. Ned's crew must have figured out our bypass. It's realigning.
Sparky, you're running out of time. You have to kill her now. We won't get another chance at this.
At least give me something like, hey, here's one particular area that you can shoot at with this particular weapon type, you know, and great. You know, I can do some damage on that, you know. Give us a chance, you know, to hit like or you know, allow for us to hit, you know, like if one type doesn't work, then give us a target where you can it's available like elsewhere kind of thing.
Is it? Holy crap. We did it. We did it. Get in there, Tenor. Rip out anything you think might help our cause.
Strategy in boss fights is hard, I guess.
Miss, what's that sound?
Well, okay.
The satellite, it's continuing to overcharge the...
The
At this rate, in a matter of seconds, it will...
the problem with the like, hey, you have to like, okay. Alright. Let's go on and head on back. We got what we needed. Um, okay, the problem that I have with the here, let me kind of break out of the squad just in case. I'll leave the Fortuna. I want to get into like a quiet space here. The problem with the with you know what they have right now, right? You know, where the only thing that you can get through its shields is that you have to have the right specific elemental reaction to get through its shields, then you're basically having the roll of the dice in that regard. And even then, like, if your weapons are set for a specific elemental reaction, such as, you know, heat or electricity or something along those lines, you're only going to have a short window to get through those shields. And that's no fun. It doesn't really help you in overall progress. Um, you know, like they gave various targets around Profit Taker, right? Then have each one of those spots open up with a different chemical or different elemental reaction. So, or, you know, whatever, like, even if it's as simple as, hey, this will take puncture or something along those lines, then at least with that in mind, then the player can at least continue, you know, be able to like go, okay, okay, switch the puncture over to that limb over there. Okay, I need to go over to that limb and start firing on it. If it's just one chemical reaction and that's it, then there's nothing that I can do if I don't have that element at all. What what can I do? I might as well just like sit back and wait and not do anything. And that's why I have a slight problem with that with that type of boss fight. If it was like each part of the boss was vulnerable with a different chemical element or something along those lines, to where, hey, you know, I was shooting at that part, I can't shoot at it anymore, I have to go over to that part. Fine. I'll go over there and start shooting at that part. That at least gives me something to do. If it's along the lines of, hey, sorry, you know, it only takes toxin and that's it, then I'm screwed. I can't do anything. The boss fight becomes pointless for me. And what happens if it never gets? And what happens if the if the elemental type, you know, that you have on your weapons never shows up? Then your contribution to the fight is pointless. It doesn't do it. You know, you're not able to do anything. So that's why I'm like, you know, I feel like it could be a little bit better in my opinion, but um, that's all. Server types can be modded per weapon with 3 weapons plus Archon. I I get what you're saying. Um, it's just um, you'd have to build um in order to fight Profit Taker with that in mind, you would have to dedicate like a specific loadout every single, you know, for Profit Taker alone. Like, hey, or like let me do it this way. Um, you know, I would have to go to upgrade, and I would have to dedicate
Your chosen
a
Warframe
brand
suits
new
you. Ha
um, I would have to do a, you know, specific loadout just for Profit Taker, you know, and that's it, you know, and load it up with all the different types of chemical reactions and stuff like that. Um, so that's it. That's, you know, and it's like, um, you know, lazy and had the specific loadouts for Eidolons. I mean, with Eidolons, I don't need to worry about chemical reactions for Eidolons. You know, or at least last time I fought an Eidolon, I didn't have to use a specific chemical reaction to fight the one Eidolon that I fought, and that's it. You know, it was the strategy there was, you know, making sure that you got the you took out the Vulnerabilist to get to power up the generators to take down its shields so you can hit its vulnerable spots. That didn't require any kind of chemical reactions or impact or puncture slash toxin. It didn't require any of that. That actually required a little bit more, you know, to me, a little bit more thought to it, where it's like, hey, you have to actually, you know, you have to stop the Vulnerabilist from powering its shields back up. You have to, you know, power up the platforms to take out its shields, to overpower it so that, you know, it takes out its shields, and then you focused on its vulnerable locations to eventually wear it down to destroy it. That to me is more of a strategy than, oh hey, you have to have a specific chemical type. You know, I don't know. That's me, but you know, um, now now bear in mind, okay, I haven't fought the other two Eidolons. I've only fought the one Eidolon. I've never really had a desire to fight the two other Eidolons that are out there. I've only fought the one. That's it. If the other two are saying like, hey, you need to have a special, you know, like corrosive or something along those lines to get past its shields, and okay, whatever. Um, you know, maybe I don't really know, but um, you know, last time I fought Eidolons, you didn't need to have a specific chemical or you know, you didn't need to have electrical damage to get past his shields or anything like that. You know, you just need to make sure that you know, one, you know, you had your operator take out the Vombulus, you know, um, you know, you took out the Roman you know, the generators to take out its shields, and then you just shot its weak points, and that's it. You know, um, so I don't know. Uh, the profit taker basically saying, "Hey, you can't shoot me unless you have this specific chemicals." I don't know. Um, I would love to see like it. The profit taker has a lot of, you know, movable parts on its body, right? You know, it has multiple legs, it has multiple joints. Um, Personally, I would say, like, you know, let every joint have some kind of chemical weakness to it, and leave it at that. You know, um, give you know, a person that doesn't have like the, you know, perfect kind of chemical reactions set up in their weapons to do something at least, you know. Um, I don't know. Maybe, you know. Oh well. I guess I guess I'm just not really built too much for the boss fights too much.
Flash and bite. Let's check what's next.
Okay, let me use the Troy on the recipe that I need it for. So. There it is. Okay. Roxburgh is finally getting to the point where we can build it again, or we can now build it. So, and I do have an extra one, although I don't think there's any. Don't think we really have any. Um, um, Anything else that really needs it here in the dojo. Let's see. I don't think anything is currently on pause right at this moment in time, so we'll just go ahead and unpause that one. And now we'll be able to get some more colors there. Okay. Now, obviously, for Eidolons, if you want like the quickest process of taking out individuals, like you want to make sure that you have volts in your party and stuff like that. You want to have like the sniper rifles to take out Eidolons. Then obviously yes, having the perfect loadout is perfect. No worries on that. But um, you know, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I've never had a need personally to have like a specific slot like dedicated to a boss fight. No, that's me personally, obviously. But if Profit Taker is one of those that you need to have you know, a dedicated slot for, then I don't know. Um, that's seems seems a bit extreme. Just my personal opinion. You know. You know. I'd just be able to. I would just love to be able to use. You know. Like give me a chance to at least fire on something, anything. you know. Seeing zeros popping up all the time when you're trying to shoot at Profit Taker is, it's like, okay. Alright. Well, got that done. Let's see.
Operator, Ordis is sorry. To report
Don't
that
think I
all
need the Charismatoroids for anything else right at this moment in time. let's see. I wrote something down about like needing. Wait, hold on. There's something that I was kind of thinking about here. You needed like a total of 6. Um, 2 are also used in crafting an Arcwing weapon Larkspur, yeah. And then I think you needed some of them for like ranking up. Yeah, 3 are needed for ranking to Voxelars's Shadow. So, yeah, so you need basically a grand total of 6 to take care of all that. So, you know, at some point in time, I think, well, I can't really take Blackheart on Eidolon hunts, seeing that his computer is kind of rough along those lines, but, I mean, at some point in time, I do want to eventually, try to take on the other 2 Eidolons. I haven't done it before. I haven't, in all my time that I've played Warframe, I haven't taken the time to do that because there was never anything that really required. Like there was really never really a need to fight the Eidolons all that often, except you know, um, there's a little bit of a need now, you know, with with Caliban's Breath of Eidolon. So, you know, so there is that kind of a need. But there's never been anything that's like, hey, the Eidolons drop resources that you're definitely going to be needing for like a Warframe, for a weapon. There's never been anything like that to my knowledge. Um, there's I look at my weapon list that I'm gonna need to kind of work on to kind of take care of, and um, Eidolons, there's no weapons in the Eidolon list, or there's no weapons that are basically saying, hey, you need to fight, the Eidolons on Cetus, in order to acquire said weapon parts or anything along those lines. So, so I've never had a desire to really go for that one bounty mission. But let's see. 9 in 1 hour. Okay, so I just missed nighttime. I'm kind of curious. Warframe. To my knowledge, you don't really get much out of them other than, like, you know, obviously you would get, you know, reputation, you know, um, so I mean there's that, but you know, you don't, to my knowledge, you don't get anything in terms of like weapon parts or anything along those lines for um, you know, for fighting the Eidolons. So at least I don't think so. Um, uh, let's see. Um, right. Okay. Yeah. So pretty much, you know, you'll get the like the cores, the shards, and so on and so forth um for fighting Eidolons to help you out with Quill, but for the most part, um, there hasn't really been there really isn't that much more. So I don't know. You know, if I was to suggest anything to them, I would say, um, you know, bring out a weapon that, or you know, start making some weapons that are aligned with Eidolons. You know, bring back the, you know, um, more of a need to do Eidolon hunting. Um, like, for example, you have to fight Prophet Taker in order to get the Charismatoid, which you need in order to get the Luxpur. Okay. You also need them in order to do the rank um, for Lucky Duck, right? Um, is that the same for Quill? I don't think so. If I remember correctly, I was able to get to. Was I able to get to Quill's level 5? Here, hold on. Let's see. Fast travel.
on Siet Swang intercepted that isolated node SAD by...
No, I haven't gotten all the way up to rank 5 for him. Oh, yeah, I'd need to do more Eidolon shards with that. So yeah, I've been kind of lacking in working with operators and stuff like that, you know, operator work and stuff like that. So that is something that I'm gonna need to kind of work on some more. But and maybe there is an increase in that, so you're gonna need to do more of the nighttime hunts a little bit more to get up there. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it there, folks. Um, uh, Maybe I'll see if Crazy wants to do Eidolon hunting a little bit for maybe some of his videos. I mean, I do need to kind of work on it some more. Obviously, Blackheart's gonna have a little bit of a difficult time with doing that, with his with OBS being kind of paying for him to stream the open world areas. So, you know, if you all can go and help out Blackheart with his, you know, building up his subscriptions, building up his followers, and so on and so forth, start showing him some love, then please go ahead and do so. You know, although at the same time, you know, if Blackheart and I could actually get jobs, then we'd pretty much help ourselves out. But jobs have been quite lacking in that regard. So, but oh well, that's another topic altogether. Yeah. Let me. I'll need to talk with Crazy a little bit more about Eidolons and Profit Taker and stuff like that. I want to see what his take is on it. So obviously I'll have to wait, you know, for another time on that. But I just think that, you know, I mean, I've already kind of explained myself why I feel like the Profit Taker could be a little bit easier. That's all. Having the dedicated loadouts for that seems odd. Unless that's the norm, unless that's how people like to have it. But I just see that as just, I don't know. It just seems weird to me, that's all. Um, okay, but that's gonna be it for tonight. We're gonna go ahead and end it here. So I want to thank you all for joining me and chatting with me. Anybody that was just kind of lurking in the background, I want to thank you all for joining me. I want to thank Dreadful Cafe and Decaf, Vinny, Disappear, and Carway for joining me today on today's stream. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I know my takes might be off and stuff like that. I might not be aligned perfectly with the community at large, but I don't know. This is just kind of my mind going in that direction. So if it doesn't align with everybody else, then well, can't say that I'm can't say that I'm perfect. Um, it doesn't always line up anyway. Um, you know, it's like, for example, I like to kind of consider myself a Star Wars fan, although I've hated a lot of the latest Star Wars. Um, um, I've had viewpoints that kind of align more with like gray Jedi's than the pure Jedi and pure Sith kind of mentality, and it's like, God damn it, um, kind of thing. Like uh, I remember, uh, when the movies for the prequels came on out. My friend was like going, Anakin brings balance, kills off all the Jedi because there's only going to be 2 Jedi left and 2 Sith left. That's balance. There you go. I'm like, yeah, that that totally makes sense, but you know, apparently that's not the balance that George Lucas was all about because I put that idea up for the first time on a like my brother kept on saying, you should join this Star Wars forum. You should join this Star Wars forum. I'm like going, okay, sure. So I put that up on a Star Wars forum, and I got like lambasted up one side and down the other, for posting my friend's um, post there. And everybody's like going, that's not how George Lucas was talking about, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, whoa. Okay, apparently George Lucas was, oh God! And it's like, no, he wasn't. you know, uh, everybody kept on putting George Lucas on the pedestal, and it's like, guys, he was like one of the worst directors. Fantastic executive producer, you know, no questions about that. But directing, I don't know. From what I understand, he's never been a great director. So, you know, people kept on having to, reel him back. so it's like, you know, some of his decisions that he was trying to do in the first movies, people had to kind of reel him back from because a lot of them were like going, no, we really shouldn't be doing that. so, oh, um, you know, but apparently when I was on that Star Wars forums, George Lucas was God. You should be praying to George Lucas. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. No, thank you. you know, so this mentality that everything that George Lucas says is you know we should adhere to. It's like, uh, Okay, if you say so. So, oh well. Side tangent. Sorry about that. Okay. That's gonna be it for tonight. We're going to pick this. We're gonna be doing again another stream tomorrow. We got some Pega certification to work on. Some more Unreal studying sessions to do. We got today's videos to upload and make public, and then we'll have Genshin Impact. So swing on by and chat with me then if you're interested in some Genshin Impact. But that's going to be it for tonight. So again, thank you all the chatters for stopping by and chatting with me. I appreciate it. You know, I have no problem with you guys kind of discussing, you know, topics, especially when it comes to Warframe to me. You know, if you guys want to be like saying, hey, Jim, why aren't you using this particular mod or something like that, or, you know, whatever, you know, feel free to, you know, address it. You know, I don't mind. You know, as long as you guys can understand where my mentality is as well, you know, I'll hear you out, but at the same time, you have to hear me out too. So, I hope you guys are okay with that. So, of course, you know, people would probably, you know, go, oh my god, Jim, you know, Strange Road Jim has like the worst takes on Profit Taker ever. See this? It's like, oh boy. So, I don't know. Well, that's it. That's it. So, have a good night. Take care. Check out the description for more links, links that help me out, links that help you out. You know, give it a like and subscribe. That would really help out. You know, keep on moving forward as a channel, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the videos. Check out the description for the playlist for Warframe, if that's of any interest to you. But that's going to be it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.